Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything's good here. My headphones are all tangled. I'll fix that in a second. That's happy. Hello, you are back. Welcome back. Make sure this is good here. Come on. Catch up and tell me if you're actually working. Okay. Think we're good there. All right. Meow. Check on you really quick. Ooh, why was that over there? All right, I think we're good to go. Let me fix this really quick. All wrapped up. There we go. That's better. Just threw them on and wasn't even paying attention to the fact that I was all tangled. All right, we need to get a couple things. Ooh, I need to make sure that I set this correctly. Let's find out. It's running just a little behind. Oop, I didn't. Good thing I checked. There we go. There we go. The camera is blurry. It seems to have cleaned up. Sometimes it focuses, sometimes it doesn't. It seems to be a problem with this model of camera. From what I've read. Like, some of them just start doing it, others never do. It's kind of annoying, but is what it is. Okay. Let's get our database running. Like so. And get going here. Because we're going to need some of that. We need to figure out how we're going to do multi-maps. All right, let's take a quick peek at the editor. And actually, we're going to need to look at the editor code itself first and foremost. Let me get that open. Editor. You come over here, please. And go away. When we load our map controller stuff here, I think we just have a constant right now for... It's not the map controller. Map editor? Yes. Okay, so server config maps is where we point the editor to. And over here, my map config gets a file, which is probably the same location. Game manager. Character manager, world manager. Here we go. Config directory, map config folder, which is just set here. So server config. We need to figure out if we care about, where did you go? Here you are. Having the test map or not. Probably not. It shouldn't matter anymore. We can test with the gym, which is actually just named map. We should fix that. Need this to go. Let's do this. There we go. So can run the editor here. Okay, I don't have the ability in here to delete maps, so that's a thing we'll need to add. But I think we can just test whatever we need to in the gym going forward. Let's go ahead and make you named gym, but also we probably need, save that, close that. We need to make a new map, and we can just call you that'll work. Ooh, why can't I apply that? Is it because cancel that? So I got a bug there we need to fix. Where it exactly is. Can I just not create a new map at all? That took. This didn't. Okay, so adding a new map is broken in the editor. Cool. We need to make a bug for that. Creating a new map file is currently not working. And we'll say map editor here. Also, if we are in the, well, I'll make another bug. I'll just create a 2. Create a 2 bugs. Just throw in one more here. Editor. Map editor. If we are in the file edit, or the name edit mode, and close the map, the header does not revert to non-editing mode. There we go. Okay. That's fine. And then I'll chuck in, make sure we don't already have I don't see any. Okay. We'll go ahead and add this. I don't see it. Editor, map editor, support, deleting map files. And we'll go ahead and chuck that up at the top there. Okay, so it's okay. We'll sort that out. For right now, let's just do we'll delete you. We'll go ahead and go home and then back. Oop. Really? Something is not getting cleared out. It could be that that's caused by the issues we had with the editing and being in a weird state, so... No? Oh, you know why this is? I bet it's because it's an empty... It's an empty file. Okay. Let's take a second and also check this in. Well, no, because that's really not expected to work if you create a valid map file. So what I'll do is I'll just grab this and we'll do this so that we have a valid JSON in theory. And it could be 10 by 10, that's fine. Oh, was that my... Hang on. Nope, it had a size. Okay, cancel that, close that. Sure. All right. And we can do that. And we can do that. And that will fix up that. We do need a different ID. So I'm just gonna grab a UUID generator. And we'll paste you in there. And we'll go back. Okay. So. Okay, we're just going to create a room for it because we're going to spawn there when we get to spawning. For now, tiles connection. Oh yeah, reload. Okay, it'll put our stuff in there for us. Great, love that. And then if we close and open, it'll pretty it up. Okay, so that is ready when we teach the server how to handle it. That was the old error. Okay. All right. So we can do map editor tests in the gym. That's fine. When we get there, but for right meow, World Manager gets the directory load map, map location. It gets a config file here. We also need to think about spawning guys. So our place function is going to need to know which map when we load it up, right? Let's go ahead and just tidy up our workspace here. Game manager, because you do call spawn, but you really just call place character at point. Current location. We could put because we don't want circular imports, right? That's the tricky part. And maybe we should Excala draw it out here. This should be done. Reset the canvas. Here we go. That's all fine and dandy now. So we have in here a map. It has an ID and a coordinate, right? A point. This is what is needed to know where to put a guy. And we're going to have multiples of these guys. And hang on now. Go in there. Okay, whatever. Our world manager is another critter. It needs to know all of these things, that they exist, right? Simple enough so far. We also have game manager, which spawns dudes by way of character manager. Get in there. Okay. It's going to say, great, spawn a guy. This needs to tell world manager to spawn a guy. Right? Place character at point. But that actually, this comes from world manager. Oh, okay, right. Okay, that's good. That's going to make things simpler. All right. So. In map, basically, right? This is going to be dependent on... World Manager knows lots of things about characters, right? Let's make sure. Get that more manageable. Okay. World Manager should know. Yeah, it knows about the character pointer. And when I tell it to place it at a point, it uses it's more like character location, right? Okay. these all end up referring to the, come on, there we go, coordinates package. Character location is a coordinate. World Manager runs on coordinates. These points are coordinates. So we avoid having an issue where this needs to know about a thing in map, right? This, not a thing. If we were to go and put some kind of a theoretical struct in here that is like a map address, right? We would run into the same problem because map knows about characters. This, like so. We can make him red. We can't do that. So we'd have the same problem here. So map address is going to need to be a part of coordinate. And because a map's ID is just a UUID, I think that's fine. What else needs to care about coordinates? Game Manager knows about character. That should be white. Do that so it fits. Game Manager already knows about character because it takes a character pointer here. And it does other things. Creates one. Why does it create one? It creates one because Client Manager or not manager, client handler, specific playing game state, does not know about character manager, right? Grand parser coordinates game events protocol. Character grand parser database game manager login pro. Yeah, okay. It knows about database? Why do you know about database? Ah, because the client has a database connection? Wait a second. Why does the client have a database connection? Client handler. Yeah, you don't. Right? Oh, is this only for testing? This might be old for testing. And I just never cleaned it up, perhaps. Oops. Deleted. I need those parts. I don't need that part. Logger and game manager. Does my config server database config character manager? Yeah, and there's no config for this guy. We just build him based on the data we have. Okay. Login message. We don't use that anymore. We'll leave it for just a second here. We can always clean him up later. I want to make sure. Yeah, the state we shouldn't be at. Okay. I want to make sure that we completely clean that up first here really quick. Let's launch the server and make sure it will come up. Unknown field. Oh, yeah. You. Forgot about that. We did change that name. Let's temporarily. I'm trying to make a game, but when I try to download the application, my Ubuntu is giving me problems. It's like, what kind of problems? What application? Map config file. That's set in the struct. It doesn't need to be, but for now we'll leave it. Folder is maps. We magic string it down here just to make it work until we fixed it, because we knew we were going to be fixing it. World manager, config directory is that. Map config folder. Can't remember the name now. Need to check it again, but it's the one you guys told me to use. Okay. Godot or one of the ones that Kedu said. Maps is in there. Hang on. Map config file. Ah, here we go. It is in there. You need to be... It was Jim, right? Yes. For now. Just to get this to be able to be launched so that we can make sure all that other stuff. Okay. Let's take a look. Info. I see no errors. Okay, cool. Cool. So that works. And then we need to clear those out of the main test, the database reference. I think it's good. Oh, okay, gotcha. Main test. Where that goes away. Guess we could probably do this. Metalocalypse mode. All right, we can do that. Hang on. My hair's still wet from my shower. Just break out the old hairbrush. There we go. Until it dries. It'll be a little bit scraggly looking. But we'll do a Metalocalypse mode. All right. We should be able to do this. Replace it all. Then we'll end up with a extra space there. But let's do one or more here. And then will that also grab those? It will. Okay. And we're going to replace all those instances with just that. Okay, sure. Should be fine. And then we'll let... Oh no! I'm an idiot. I put in my... Go back. There we go. I put in my space character instead of an actual space. Okay. Now, formatting. Oh, you dog. It won't auto-format that. If we do that instead, it really doesn't matter. I just want it to be nice. There we go. That'll clean up that empty spacing in there. All right. So, was there anything else? Main test. Everything else should be good, so we should be good to go now. Perfect. So let's see. We'll keep that. And we'll do... We're just going to add... Well, that's going to be part of the other thing. Hang on. We'll add client handler, then the main and main test as one commit to say remove what Linux are you running? Pop OS. Remove unused database reference from the client handler. Fix tests. And then we'll do this with all the rest. Editor test map. Deleted. Renamed. New file. Yes, okay. Change map name. Add entrance map. Edit config temporarily so that things will work. Preparing for multi-map. And we'll push that up. Is it better than Ubuntu? It's based on Ubuntu. It's just different. Use a different desktop environment. Which has its own idiosyncrasies currently because it's very new. It's the Cosmic desktop environment, which is brand spanking new. They've been building it for years, but it's still got rough edges because it hasn't been widely used for so long. Like all the others. Okay. So, we've got that fixed up. We've got this working temporarily. We're not going to close you because we're probably going to need to be in there soon anyway. That's fine though. So if we put, makes sense, yeah. Yeah, that's always the trade-off of anything that's new hasn't had time to shake out all the bugs and encounter all the different weird software configurations and hardware configurations that exist in the world. Like it's better now, but like it's still. So if I have a window size and I drag it up to maximize it and drag it down, it'll sometimes restore, not always, to the original size. And I don't know if it's like a workspace or no, it works if I move from one window to the other, one monitor to the other. I'm not exactly sure. There's something that triggers it to not restore down to the correct size. It's better. It used to not do it at all. And it was very broken and very bad. But they fixed that. Okay, so the multi-map. If we put the idea of a map coordinate, how many displays am I using? Kind of 3, kind of 2. So one's an ultra wide, but it's split. I'm using 2 outputs to drive each half and half, as opposed to having it be one big screen, and then the monitor screen, or the laptop screen. It basically works like 2 monitors, but without a bezel in between. Okay, it's time for this to be done. And then I lost my hair tie. There you are. Hiding over here. Okay. I don't super love having a map pointer, a map coordinate in here, but it's the most sane choice. So let's go ahead and say map coordinate. It has a map ID, which is a UUID, and it has a point. Except for I can't call it that. And I can't call it that. Map point. There we go. I could also call it location. Yeah, I think that's fine. So then character is going to need to have that, and I don't have you. Shouldn't need that open. I shouldn't need this open. That should be fine. Character, there you are. Character itself, instead of these being coordinates, these are going to become map coordinate. It's still coordinates, though. Okay. That means that this location here needs to be a map coordinate as well. I'm gonna break a bunch of stuff, but that's fine. We'll go fix it up as we work through this. I think alive might. Nope. Okay. Hey, thanks for follow. Appreciate that. There's that. The game manager here. That's going to be fine as soon as we fix up world manager place character at point to take a map coordinate instead. And then this is where things are going to get a little bit messier. Actually, no, place can still use a map coordinate. That's fine. We just need to account for a couple things here. Let's do a pretty for, because we use that a lot to print out where things are supposed to be going. So let's go ahead and go into coordinates again and give map coordinate a, actually, let's do a new file just for visual organization. Map coordinate. It'll be in the same package. It's just for our own organization here. Actually, this needs to be not a pointer, I believe. We can still call you pretty, that's fine. And I believe it should return a string. Yeah. We're going to base this heavily on this. So we can do that. The X and the Y pretty like that. And then we can do something like that. Yeah, that'll be all right. And then this will be map ID. And I believe that'll be stringed already by sprintf and using the string there. Okay. Point in map bounds. So right now we have a list of maps. Oh, no. Okay. This does return an error. So here we can just say if let's rename this really quick. Coordinate. If the map ID is not equal to our ID, return provided map coordinate is not within, it's not in this map. Is not in map ID. Let's do that. So then we can do coordinate pretty for that, and then RID. Okay. Otherwise, location can be equal to coordinate location. And then everything else should work in this function. We can do that, but let's also handle this. It'll actually be the same error. That way we don't even have to go looking, right? Just copy you. And this will be current location pretty. The same is going to be true for this guy. And then we can do that still. That'll all be fine. And cover lost character. We send the "you are lost." Recovery coordinates. And then here, actually, let's do this still. I think point and map bounds should take actually now a... Oh, but it only gets a tile grid. It doesn't know. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't know about the ID. If the map ID in last location is not our ID, or coordinates are invalid, or whatever, it's not in bounds, then just default me to the recovery coordinates. Coordinates are not equal to... Ooh. That's fine. Except... let's do... we're going to make this pretty much the same as this equal. So we can say if the IDs aren't equal, it's false immediately. Otherwise, return equal C1 location, C2 location. Right? So now oh, except for that's not... let's not do that. Let's Let's do this. If we make you interfaces, and we can say if, well, we could switch. Or this is probably the sanest way. And then this becomes second. Right? We can do that. Otherwise, false. Which I don't actually need the else here. I can just return false. And then here, because we don't return an error here, we can just return false. You. We do the same thing. And we can just pass it right back in. Otherwise we return false. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So now current location, and then map target IJ location. We would need here posture check. Am I shrimping? I'm shrimping, huh? Good call. Good call. I mean, we can put it into a... Coordinates that point of tile type. We can build a map coordinate here. With my ID and then that. There you are. Do I want to do that though? Probably, because otherwise I have to just redundantly store the ID in every single tile. The other thing I can look at, though, is, oh, this is just using tile grid though. That's fine. It's still a tile. I mean, I could make you a map location. Does anybody use... No. Well, of course they wouldn't because location is private. Okay, so we've guarded against that. So we're only accessing it from within map. So I think we're okay there. So we can just give it that. And then here, let's actually do this. We'll do, we'll call this tile location. Go. Put that in there. Like so. That way we don't have to keep creating that. Actually, recovery coordinates here. Yeah, it's probably fine. Each map can have a recovery. I'm okay with that. What we could do here, occupant ID is character ID. Okay, so we're making sure that their location gets set because remove character from map requires that. That's fine. We account for that there. The yeah, we still have to do this in here, no matter what we do. So that's fine. This here, though, we need to be careful. This here, we need to make sure we build and set the full wait, no. Target location. We do need to be careful about that, but text notifications, default rescue message, we place them at the target location. Okay, yeah. So this is kind of just an aside, basically, to make sure we clean up anybody if they have somehow wound up with duplicates as part of whatever has caused them to become lost. We go clean that up. Doesn't account for other maps, but hopefully it'll still be okay. Place character at point target location. Target location pretty, and then we return a map coordinate now. Let's make... So we have an invalid here for point. Yeah, let's do a an invalid coordinate. This is the nil UUID, and then this will be the invalid point. Would you prefer a gaming laptop or gaming PC for developing? In general, I prefer desktops. But it doesn't need to be a gaming anything, really, unless you're running a really heavy engine. Like, this is just a little... This isn't a gaming laptop that I'm on right now. It's just a little guy. Okay, yeah. What am I using? Just a little laptop, man. It was a cheapo HP. Because it was on sale. I wanted something simple and cheap that I could use if I happened to be out and about. And it's a good thing I did, because my desktop's broken right now. And I just haven't wanted to spend the money to fix it. Okay, so recover lost character. That should take care of that. We will have broken anybody consuming him, but that's fine. We can go fix that. Removing from the map should be squared away. Placing character at point should be squared away. We check that. Thought that the engine would be a big file project. What's wrong with my desktop? CPU and or motherboard. The socket is bad. Yeah, that should be fine for that. Big file and project, I mean, code is not huge, right? Like, if I do... Really, I don't have... Okay. That's not what I want. What is the command I'm thinking of? Let's take a look here. This is not... I'm forgetting flags. It's 1.7 gigs for the entire everything, but that includes Git, that includes all these other files, everything. It seems like that seems too big. Oh, you know what? It also includes the Flutter stuff. That's a bad way to check. Let's do. Hey Terrace, how's it going? Let's just do the server directory. The server directory is 996 kilobytes. The editor, we'd only really be interested in what is in, let's just say, lib. That's the actual code and not all the framework stuff, right? 638 kilobytes. Same for client, only care about lib, 80 kilobytes, right? Very small. 1.7 includes all of the Flutter build stuff that lives in here. Yeah, it's not that big. The what's the command? People always ask this and I never care because it just doesn't tell you anything. But there's 20,000, 21,000 lines of code in the server. Like, and that's just text lines, you know. That includes 700 JSON. So 20K of Go, but that includes tests. That, you know, code line count is such a useless metric. I just don't care about it at all. Okay, so map coordinate, there we go. Recover lost character. Okay, so this guy here is going to consume stuff. I'm sure it'll still grow. I mean, yeah, some, but like, it's just not that. Code is just text, you know? It takes an awful lot of text to add up to gigabytes. Okay, tile at, target map tile at. Tile at, we do want to probably accept the map coordinate here. And we can say if, let's just do the, no, let's do that, that's fine. If the map ID is not equal to, this returns nil instead of an error, so that's probably fine. Who consumes you? How disruptive would it be to make this return an error? And we nil check it where we use it. I think it'll be fine. So if the ID is not the same, it's nil. Location. And we're going to change this in a second. I'm going to fix that real quick. We're going to make you coordinates. That way it's not location.location. Like so. Okay. So tile at current location needs to be... Oh, we only use... Okay, hang on. No. That was bad. That was a bad change. We're going to not do that. Because this lives, it's a pointer to a map, so it makes no sense to check. Like, this should only be checking the actual current location, not the ID, not the coordinate. We want to look at the point. So yeah, that'll be fine there. I think that's good. This stuff's gonna be broken. That's all right. We're still gonna have to get you into this shape, but not that, game map, it's a load map. I should have pointer to a map. Oh, but that's private. And if I want to make this a map of pointers to maps keyed by the ID, which I probably do, I need to export that. Which is probably fine. I don't see a reason why that wouldn't be okay. How many years of Go experience and not touching grass till I can reach your level? I've been writing Go pretty regularly for 4 years. Hydrate! Okay, sure, we can hydrate. We'll hydrate with this lovely passion fruit sparkling water, unsweetened. Okay. I don't see a reason why that's a problem. We can go with that. So then we can just build that there. This we can address that way, and the same is here, true here. Current location, map ID. Remove character from map. That seems like a nice answer to me. Map ID there. Tile at the location. This could also just as easily, though, be this. Get room data needs the map pointer, though. The only place it's used, yes. Get room data needs the map pointer to check those. Which may be Yeah, because it's going to need multiple different things here. That's why we passed it in. And I still want to do that, I think. So we can just put this back. It's fine. We can store that up. That's okay. What else are we missing here in this one? Right here. App ID move. This could be a problem if he ever got a bad location. If he had a bad ID. So I guess we could check that up top here. We want to be careful. Yeah, I guess we would just engage the recovery. So if so we can call it current map. Okay. Well, no, I can't do that. I'd have to do this still. This. If not okay. Character is in an invalid map. Gauge recovery. Which we put in. So we need to have like a default map too. Recover lost character. And recover lost character, if you don't have the correct ID, then we just set you to recovery coordinates. Because this is just like the nuclear option of everything is wrong, we need to get you someplace that you can then continue to exist. So I guess we could do recover lost character. But I can't just index a map like that. I don't think there's a I just want the first one. Ooh, actually that's not a reliable. Okay. Because map order isn't guaranteed, that would put us in someplace random. And because these have IDs, it's not super human friendly. I guess we can put it in the config. Map config file, like default map. Could do that. And then map config file. This is probably the most sane. I don't love it, but it's probably the most sane. Let's go look at our folder here. Server config maps. For now, we'll use the gym entrance as our default map ID. Yeah. And then here, config file path game maps. I want to default map ID is that. You oops, default map here, except for that's going to be in string, so I would have to parse returns an error, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Error. Default map. I should make you ID. Well, it'll be kind of self-explanatory. This. Okay, so if error is not nil, we'll say invalid default map UUID, whatever the heck it was that we got. Or actually, we can even do error parsing default map UUID. And we just do the error. That should be all right. I need to return nil there, though. Okay, and then after we've parsed it, we can say new manager default map ID is the ID we just parsed, and then the rest of it becomes happy. Actually, we want to make sure that this is valid too. So, we check the game maps at default map ID. Once we've parsed it, if it's not okay, default map ID of this not match any currently loaded maps. Like so. That way we know for sure that it's valid. And then here, right here, we do default map ID, recover lost character. Otherwise, we can just do this. Current map move. Actually, we could make you target map, and then we wouldn't have to change a bunch of other stuff. Oh, that would be... because this is a different creature. Those are two different switches. Do you have a demo of what you have? No. No, everything's broken right now. Everything's torn apart. In the process of changing stuff. Let's see here. We need to do the same work here, though. Because we've checked for a move, but for a look, that means they're lost too. Yeah. And then we do that. We do the location there. Yeah, that'll be all right. Okay. And that takes care of our needing to switch maps. Now we need to load them all. And we also need to know in Character Manager. Where do we have our default location? Default starting location. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Because when we go to spawn a dude, unstow. No, it won't be here. Well, yeah, it will be here because when we convert them right here. New character object, location. Okay, that takes the coordinate. We need to put you... We need to store that. And we need that also when we do our create default starting location. Because Character Manager doesn't know about World Manager, nor should it, because it is in the character package and we can't have circular imports. We could tell it about it. We can add it to our config. Do I want to do that, though? Then I'd have to put it in the main. And I guess you could overwrite it. Maybe that's a, well, yeah, we can put it in here for now. And then we need to store it. Bum, 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 bum. It should actually be a UUID. And if we're going to do that, do we want to give them a different location? Default starting location, default map ID. If I make this a thing that we load from the config file, then this needs to get JSON tags because it'll be in there. The other thing we could do, yeah, I think this just makes the most sense. Coordinates already go into files. Hello, caps lock. There we go. And we'll do a starting location, I guess, parameter here. And then we can do this. It's a map coordinate now. Okay, so Character manager config. Starting location. Object. Map ID is this. Location is an object. X 0 for now. Y 0 for now. That'll do, I suppose. And then when we create a new character manager here, we can do this, I suppose. And if it for some reason gives us an invalid map and location, then recovery should take care of it. In theory. Okay, so I want to delete this. We need to go ahead and make sure starting map ID, error, UID parse, the config dot starting location. Ooh. Map ID. What did I call you? Yeah, no, that's... Oh, I can't do that. Oh, wait, no, it should still parse it. Right? What did I screw up over here that made me... This. This is why I had to do this. This should take care of parsing for me, duh. We do want to make sure if this isn't valid, it should just fail to parse. It should fail to parse the config entirely. We do still want to do that check, though. Posture check, all right. I'm shrimping again. This should just be default map. Like so. And then we still set that there to make sure it's a valid map. We don't have such a luxury over here. So we're just gonna do... starting location. Fig, starting location. Except for you shouldn't be a string. You should be a map coordinate. There we go. Parser should run through there and figure that out. Or the unmarshaller. This then becomes my manager starting location, which is now a location, and fixes that. You, I need to fix still. And you. And a stretch. All right, hang on. Let's check this off. Stretch! Oh, I did need that. Okay, so now our character database character. We do need him. Why are you a pointer? We were going to dig into that yesterday too, but then we got sidetracked with other stuff. I don't know the answer to that. Let's give this a try, and we'll find out together if there's still a reason. It could have been something that just changed over time. I know originally coordinates were pointers because of the unmarshalling. And then it became too difficult and too error prone. So we made them not pointers. Because we just ended up using them everywhere. Which makes sense, right? Okay. I think, with the exception of... tests are all going to be broken. We have to go fix them up, but that's fine. This guy... right here, we need to load maps. So... there should be a... in the OS stuff. Let me take a look at the docs. Get all files in dir. It's like enumerate or something, maybe. Reader. Here we go. Reader. All its directory entries sorted by file name. Okay. So we read dir on the config directory we were fed. Do you return an error? Yes. So we do read dir map location. Are you map config file though? Is that? So this actually needs to be config directory. Map config file. I don't want that. Did I put... I must have built it in here. Sneeze. Okay. I must have built it up in here. I can... yeah, map config folder. Config directory, map folder. Map config folder is set. It's just... okay. I see. So here we're going to do... we're going to set this in here instead. Get it out of there. Which means I don't need to do this. We're just going to let this worry about itself. Config directory, map config folder. And I might just call you map folder. I like that better. This will go away completely because we have a default map. Oh, we could do names. Maps have names. We can do that to do Actually, let's put you down here. Make this a name instead. It's more human friendly in the... Well, humans shouldn't really be editing this. We probably need to build an editor screen for this file. And we can do stuff there to make this more friendly. Let's leave it IDs for now. Like, it's not as nice to read. It's still human readable. And it'll make life simpler in here, in the code. And if you're not really intended to be reading that manually, unless it's a like, unless things are already broken. Config file path is for hot reloading. This should be... it's not OS join, it's path join? Yeah. Dot map folder. We leave that for now. That'll be fine. Which means we can do... this. This actually goes there. It'll change. That's fine. This can be config file path if error isn't nil. Turn nil error. Error reading maps from we'll just do the file path. And then we'll do the error itself. Otherwise, we can say for, I don't care about the index, file range files. If file type type bits for the entry. If it's a... no. How do I discriminate between a file and a directory? Reader returns directory entries. Reader or file reader. But if I try to read, I need it to be a file for sure. Dir entry is dir. Ah, okay, perfect. So that's going to require me, though. So we're going to know whether or not it's a file. But to read... is there like a... I guess I would have to... just use the name of the dir entry. It doesn't return the full path, though. Info returns a file info. Turned by stat. There's a file info. And then file info. It's the mode. Read dir file. Dir entry values in the directory order. In directory order. I don't think I want that. Read file takes a name. We actually just need the path here. So maybe this is okay. Reader. Where did you go? Reader. And then name on a dir entry. So basically we just need to say for a file we need to air game map load map. We need to also if it's not a directory, not directory. Well, do we want to? We don't want to recurse. We don't want to deal with that. Not yet. If we need to later, we can. This needs to then be OS, or not OS, path, join the... Because this is just a string. Yeah, it'll be fine. Config file path, file name. If the error isn't nil, I guess we don't really want to have failures to load any maps, so we can probably just return nil and say error loading map from file that this can be file name and then the error itself. Otherwise, we need to before we do this, we have to make... Actually, we can do it here. Map, UUID, UUID, map, like so. We probably also want to be careful and say that our if our current they're mowing the lawn right behind me. New manager game maps at m.id is okay if we already have a map with this ID. It's an error. They have to be unique. Map with ID already exists. Let's actually make this error loading map from file. This map with this ID already exists. The file is the file name and then m.id there so that we error out there. Otherwise, if everything is good, game maps at mid equals m. We put it in there. Okay. Then we set up our default map. Everything should be happy. Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this should now run again. The tests are going to be broken. Nope, we got tile. Okay, tile has some issues still. We did forget about tile. Let's take a look at tile. Actually, let me go use the restroom really quick and grab a beverage, and then when I come back, we'll take a look at tile. There we go. I opened some windows too, so if the lawnmower comes back, it'll be a little bit noisier, but it's getting hot in here, so cool it down a little bit. Okay, so tile. Tile has trubs. Let's see here. Leave tile. This... Okay. That is a problem. This one isn't. We can set your current location to invalid coordinate. That's okay. To indicate that you are between maps. Fine and dandy. The location. I think I'm just gonna store a map coordinate inside tiles. I think that's just... Ooh, that's gonna break that though. I could... store parent map ID. Do I have a new tile? I don't think I have a new tile. I think I create them manually, but I probably shouldn't be. Oh, I do have a new tile. Okay, never mind. So... parent ID, like so. That'll break some other stuff, but that's okay. We'll go fix it. This becomes a... I don't really gain anything by doing... a helper to create these guys, I don't think. I would rather just create the struct, I think, to set it. Okay. Meow. Build tile grid. You. Tile config. This is just a tile grid. This is this ID. That's really just for testing, I think. Hydrate! Alright, we can hydrate. I've still got more of this lovely sparkling water. There we go. Delicious. I should open my caffeinate too. Okay. That'll be fine there. Building the map though. Oh, actually that might be fine because load map calls build tile grid. No, it is not for testing. Okay, cool. I forgot I set that up so nicely. Fantastic. Okay. I think perhaps things work now? No. Test map. Oh, right. Because test map Lives in the same package, even though I hate it. I don't have any better ideas. Game map, test map. This new map ID goes in there. There we go. Try that one more time, eh? Okay. No such file or directory. Error reading maps from maps. So what happened there? What did I overlook? That's going to be in the game map. Ooh, actually, hang on. No, that should be fine. Error reading maps from maps. Map folder is maps. Config maps. Error reading maps from maps. Let's do a better error message there for one. Let's give me a world manager. Oh, this is the full path. Our config directory. Oh! Config directory, config file path. In main. Config, world manager config. We didn't, we took out right here. Except we need to take this part out and just have that. So if it's not specified in here, it'll fall back to the default config directory. And let's also, before I forget, so it was a good error message. I guess we could just do that. But server now launches. Excellent. Okay. Problem is going to be that we need to clear out the existing characters. That is not the correct, I want compass. That's what I want. That is not the correct coordinates in the database anymore for our characters. So let me just set this up again really quick. Authentication. Something like that, I think. Nope. It was that. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's what it is. Forgot my test password. Two, three, four. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So we can leave our accounts in place. It's just our characters that we need to drop. And we'll just recreate the characters so that they get the new location. It doesn't really matter. There's no data in them that matters at all. It'll be good to test all of that machinery. Okay, so our server, she runs. Let's go ahead and launch a client. And Mr. Fu should still exist, but have no characters. Perfect. We'll create him a character. And we're in the entrance room. There's no visible exits yet, but we're there. We spawned. Life is good. Exit. Exit doesn't work? Do we have errors as to why exit didn't work? We do. We had a panic, so that's good. Well, it's not good, but it's good that we found it. Let's kill you. Okay, and game map go 215. Remove character from map. Had an troubles. Game map 215. Current location, map ID. Map ID didn't get set. Let's go user with no AI tag. Finally, right? It has taken over the discourse in general. Okay. So, current location didn't get a map ID. Or it didn't have a current location. How's the project coming? Pretty good. We're working on getting multiple maps working so that we can have, you know, cities and buildings and other things. Let's see here. When we place you, that worked, right? Should, I mean, it had to. So enter tile, parent map ID. Ah. It's in, I made a mistake. It's going to be in game map. We don't want this to be in the tile config. When we do a new tile, this right here. No UUID, UUID. Map config is you. That was null. We don't want to store that ID in the config file for sure. New tile. So it should be my ID. And then the parent ID. Which would mean that up here... What do you mean by building a mud game engine? Yeah, I do read YouTube chats, but I tend to deprioritize people that don't read. I mean, you can see what I'm doing. Let's see. So that would mean that map didn't get loaded, basically. Or it got loaded, but it didn't get loaded with an ID, right? No UUID, UUID. And when we load this guy through the config manager, theoretically that would have errored. New map doesn't even get used anymore because we don't create through here anymore. We do it in the editor. Parse map data, map config, decoder. If we get a null UUID, we actually give you a new one. So that shouldn't be it. Why didn't you come in to here then? Oh, did I forget? I'm dumb. That's why. That's the answer, as usual. I just didn't actually use it when I gave it to it. Picnic, as always. Let's try that again, shall we? I've never used Go before at a scale like this. How do I like it? I love Go in general. There are some interesting side effects of using Go for this task. The programmer's always wrong, right? It's true. It's very true. So the part where circular imports are strictly forbidden has caused some interesting architectural changes, for sure. Actually, I might still have, yeah. So I started today by kind of just mapping out my thought process here. So I was thinking about putting map address, because it is a property of a map that it has an address, right? I was thinking about putting it in the map package. But it already has the ID, which is fine, and a point, right? An ID and a point is what kind of indicates where that is in the world. But because map already knows about character manager, wxCalDraw, right? Yeah. Because it calls things on character objects when it is being delegated to moving them around and stuff, I'm unable to also import the map package in character manager, which is why map address got moved to coordinates, why it lives there now. And will have to live there. That way they can both have a reference to coordinates, which is a third-party module package, whatever you want to call it. Third party in the sense of between the two of them. Posture check. I'm shrimping. Jaden's all over me for my shrimping. He's on the ball. So things like that, and I should have. Let's pull it up. We can talk about other things. I think I did this one in Draw.io. That's mad annoying. I mean, it's not really annoying. It just influences decisions. It causes problems kind of in a way, but like, you know? We also have issues in architecture in general for the same exact reason, right? Where I can't import the world map here. So basically we have an orchestrator, which is called Game Manager right now, and it has a dispatcher that reads events and hands them out to handlers. You lost me, Trio. So gross. It's all right. I mean, it's fine. I've been kind of like moving towards Excalidraw. It gets the job done though. But for things like you know, these guys, it's helpful. Anyway, so everything kind of has to run through the orchestrator to hand it out events to event managers or event handlers. So world manager is one which handles map things and world things. Character manager is one that really just manages characters and their creation and stuff. Orchestrator, being game manager, also handles telling character manager, hey, I need you to spawn some stuff. I need you to make me some dudes, put in places. So we put on the events get broadcast onto a message bus to be put into the game loop to avoid circular imports. So, like, it has some quirks for sure. All right, so we've got our game loop running. Let's go. That's not what I meant to do, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and run our client again. Okay. There's still no visible exits, but I should be able to exit now. There we go. Perfect. All right. So we should be done with that for a second. Let's close down the server, and we'll be done with him for a second. Oop. And take a look here. Yeah, that all looks good. Set that back up while we're here. All right. So, do I want to commit here? Do I want to go? I do want to commit here. I've done a ton of work. Let's get it fixed or saved up here. Implement loading multiple map files on server. Also implement a map coordinate for differentiating between points in different maps. All right. Now let's go fix some tests. Well, do we want to fix tests first, or do we want to get connections? Yeah, we probably want to get connections working first, between maps. Which should be, in theory... Let's just tidy this up real quick. Close everything that we're not actively using. Alright. And we need to be in game map, but specifically looking at connection. Our destination... So a transit has the ID that's supposed to use it, I believe. Find connection. Convenience wrapper for the transit table. Serums can share the same object/table. It gets built dynamically on map load. It's not intended to be interacted with or depended on directly. Yes. Have I thought about using something like Go CUI for a front end? I've never seen... don't know what Go CUI is. I started using Cogent, but it wasn't a mature enough project. I kept running into issues, so I switched to using Flutter. I was running into issues where, like, it was a question of, like, I would update to fix a bug I had. I would have a new bug. And it was a question of, is this related to another bug I've already filed? Or is it a new bug? Or am I doing it wrong? And I was spending a ton of time writing bug reports and minimal reproductions. And I was like, okay. Like, I want this project to succeed. I appreciate the work they were doing. I just don't want to keep fighting it. It's the framework for things like LazyGit and LazyDocker. Lets you draw user interfaces on a terminal. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't want to do a terminal client for this. Because I want to do some more modern quality of life things, I think. Like, I'm not ruling out ever writing a TUI for it, but I would like to do maps, a mapper that's built into the client, and I want to make it all like, so you can turn it off. If you really just want two text boxes, one to type things, one to read things, you could do that, in theory, right? Which is what the client is right now. But I would like to have a mapper that you could use if you wanted. And some of the other stuff, like, you know, maybe things in the room, like maybe an equipment type of deal, stuff like that. The other thing is, I don't like how a lot of MUDs ended up being so heavily scripted. I would like to not do that. Like, if I wanted to play script versus script, right, I would do something else, like play HackMud or something. So I would like to not do that. Then you get into usability, like, questions like, do you really want to type attack rat 9,000 times? Not really. So I would kind of like to do like a hotbar thing from you know, graphical MMOs, so that you could put commands in there or something like that. I haven't really done any of the legwork behind it. It's just ideas that I've had that have come up. I'm like, that would be nice to be able to set up like that, you know? And then you could do like the same thing that they did in the original, you know, like WoW, where you had like multiple hotbar slots, so you could set one up for crafting or whatever, you know. You've had projects like that? Yeah. Cogent's really cool. I hope that they can, you know, over time get it working better. It's all Go. It is very Flutter inspired, so it's pretty cool. It would be nice to have more Go GUI options. Okay, yeah, so I was trying to figure this out. That's what I was doing. Origin tile ID to transit object that it should use. Yes, okay. That's correct. This transit has an ID. This is still valid. Our destination is a tile pointer. So that should be fine, actually. We just need to, when we build you, this could be a map build, which is in game map. Build tile grid. No, it's in connect tile, right? Maybe. New tiles. Yeah, we do set up connections in here. Connections, point of map bounds. Okay. Connection config. So new tile is there. Origin tile, rather, is there. The destination tile. Okay, so we just need basically an optional ID. Or we could put a location in it. I meant more as an alternative to Flood One, right? Yeah. Obviously, Flutter is way more accessible to folks, but the MUD audience and the terminal audience is def pretty intersected. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Don't want to make it work for you. Yeah, well. Like, once you write the protocol and everything, you could implement, like, the bare bones part of it pretty simply, I think. But I think that the people that are terminal driven probably want to use their client more than mine, and I don't think I'm going to support other clients at this point. I don't know. I'll have to think about it more. It's a problem for future me, basically. As long as the front isn't fully glued to the protocol. Well, I mean, it's all WebSockets, so like anything that's capable of creating a WebSocket connection could be used. It just needs to know how to handle the correct data, right? So once you do that work, you can connect different things to it. Super easy, yeah. As long as they speak the same language. You just have to handle the different messages and things. Okay, let's look at a map config. And let's not look at this one because it's big. Let's look at the entrance one. That's very simple. No, but you don't have connections. That's right. We do have to look at the big one. So instead of IDs in here, we'd have to support... Wait, no, this is tiles. Connections. Origin. Okay, so origin is and destination are already a point. I could just make them a coordinate. And then we can say if we omit... Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. We could say that if we omit the ID, then you're just connecting to your same parent ID. Could do that. If we were to set it up that way, I had to take the 173rd follower. How can I not? Right. So what would that look like when I'm then trying to navigate? That could be a problemo. That'd be in tile that we take you out. But we figure that out when we do a move in game map. We'd have to break this up a little bit, because if we're not moving... Well, we could leave you for moving within one, and have the world manager drive, because it has the knowledge. It takes world manager... handle event, move event. So it takes the event's target. And if we make this not a cardinal, which we did for convenience, we could make that just a map coordinate instead. When character initiates that, though, it only knows direction. And current location Make sure you're there. Move the direction. That's right. We take a cardinal here. Because map is the only one who knows. Where things connect. I guess map could then create a second event to put you in a place. Except I don't have an event handler for a place. That's all driven. At the map level. Well, no, it's not. Because we have to have... something has to call place when we spawn a guy. Right here. These guys are. But that gets called directly. And because the map because the manager, the world manager, knows about map, map can't know about world manager. So you'd have to add an event type for spawning a guy. Which is fine. We could do that. And map still needs to take him out. But we're going to have another problem with this directional move event anyway, eventually. Because we want to be able to do other types of exits. But we should have... in character... you're just a coordinate. And when we do... the, it's actually not there. It's in character, in move. It's where we build the event. Move. I can't know about the game map here. Cardinal directions won't always be sufficient here. Oh, but we have tags. We've introduced the concept of tags since we wrote move. We did that for searching and looking at different things in the room. New event, game events, move event. Game events, new event. Event type, execution type, source, and target. Target is an interface. We would need to... handle, if we did that, and you were to say move east, we'd probably want to resolve cardinal still, but also allow for tags, maybe? Game map. move, direction. If we make this an interface, then we can switch on the type. And then we just need to resolve this to figure out what's up. So that handles it within game map, but we still have the issue of transferring. Game map can't know about World Manager, because World Manager knows about game map. We could do an event type for map transit. We would just need to handle it here. And then we can use our helpers. We could also do, because we have the move event here, we could do something like a helper in game map to just get a move destination. And then adapt this to take that as an argument. Instead of that. We could break out all of this, basically. And simplify this a lot. And let World Manager kind of orchestrate that a little bit to say, hey, map, get me the destination. And that can return a map coordinate. Okay. Now, does this still mean... because that's going to be a big chunka. Big chunka. Does that mean I still want to delay fixing tests? I think so. And we still got to figure out how to handle this in the editor, but that's fine too. That's mostly a graphical display issue. As long as we can put the correct things in here, we should be okay. When we load this in the config manager, which we pulled out just because we were saving and writing, we wanted to make it reusable, but it's already out, we might as well leave it. We could... What's my Mac config for a transit connection? Origin destination is a point. if I change this to an interface, then I could type switch on it. But do I want to do that, or do I want to just omit the ID? We'd still end up with a messier config file. But when we give you back over here to build tile grid, then I would have to switch again. And then I would have to have an interface in here in the actual... Well, I guess not. I wouldn't have to. I would have to type assert on the unmarshal, though. I did, like, pull it out as a string and then try to... that would suck. Yeah, I think what I want to do... in coordinates, it's actually in map coordinate. Map ID, omit empty. And then when we load it... So this is still going to have to be fixed up. We'd need to do origins. We're going to need to do this as a regex. We're going to need... What's the capture groups? Are they just parens? I think they're just parens. That needs to be escape. Nope, nope. It's because I'm missing... white space? I think it's quotes, actually. Oh. I'm missing also white space there. There we go. So new line, some kind of white space, one or more. Sure. This needs to be captured. I don't need to escape the quotes. There's a character in here. There's that. There's some white space. There's a number in here. And then a comma. And then a new line. And I actually need that new line to stay as well, so we'll put him in the capture group. Again, some white spaces, which actually arguably could also stay. Let's keep them. Actually, this whole inner piece can stay with us. because none of this has to change. All of that. Let's also make sure we count for multiple digits there. And actually we wouldn't need to capture group this, because we want to replace this. That'll be omitted. We only want origin like so, and then a new line location is an object inside of which we put capture group 1. We close that object. We close this object, which we didn't take out, so we leave it. Let's just do the first one. Let's do a new line here after this guy. And after you. There we go. And then auto format should fix it. I guess it won't. That's annoying. How's the engine come along? Going along well. Going along well. Oh, you know why? Because it wasn't auto format that fixed this. It was the pretty printer in the editor. Let's see here. We can still fix this up though. So replacing you, origin, that's fine. New line. We need like four tabs. And then that. Oh, but that's going to do that. So we need 5 tabs. Except for that'll leave you behind. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not worry about it. As long as it's valid JSON, there we go. And either... Yeah, I don't remember the... I think there's a, it's a hotkey only thing, and I don't remember the shortcut. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll let the engine, or the editor, pretty it up for us. That's what we're going to do. We just care that it's there. Now, where did my Fig Manager go? The map, specifically. Okay, so now, map coordinates. Map coordinates. U, connection, origin, these guys need to be... Well, does anybody use this anymore? Are they all in tests? They're all in tests. Okay. It's time for these to go away then, because they're not used in Go anymore. I think this guy, yep, only in tests. Update tile also should only be in tests. Same with connection, I think. Yep. Write config also probably goes away. Leave those guys. That's still useful, I'm sure. New tile used in tests. Okay. So this will be super broken, but that's fine. When we load you, and then in map, just gonna close that for now. Okay, map, build tile grid, U. Origin location. Well, actually, yeah. We need to be careful if the connection config origin map ID UUID nil and connection config origin map ID is not. Oh, but this has... Yeah, it's got my... If it's not equal to my ID, then turn nil error error loading connection ID. Let's do this. Configured connection origin ID. This is not this map's ID, which is this. And we'll do, and we'll spell this correctly just for fun. You know. Connection config origin map ID and connection config origin, or not origin, it's just CFG config null UUID. There we go. So if we have an ID in the map coordinate, make sure it's this map's ID. And then make sure the location is in this map. Tile grid. Let's do, after all of this, oh yeah, that's fine. We can just do location X, location Y there. This guy, we need to spit him out for printing reasons. We could actually do... We want to change our pretty printer for this, for map coordinates really quick after this. Connection ID, this configure connection origin is not within the bounds of the map. This. And then we can do pretty here. And that'll fix that up. Expected 2, actual 4. Oh, we used to... That's right. So we're just going to replace this guy. Because we used to print the lengths as well. So we'll keep doing that. Origin, pretty. Like so. Let's go fix that really quick before I forget. Map coordinate, the pretty printer here. Let's do SB strings builder. There we go. So here we'll say if MC dot map ID is not equal to UUID nil, which should be the default value, I believe. Oh, right, yeah. No parens and go ifs. Then we write string. Oh my gosh. If I could type. Then we write this. Like so. And we leave that space on the end. Otherwise, we'll have issues. This guy is just going to be this always. So if we have it, we have it. But this needs to be... We can mix and match here. We'll just sprintfu C map ID. Let's not. It's sloppy. We'll be nicer about it. Get out of there. We'll do you correctly. So ID, write string, MC, map ID, to string, write string, to actually write rune, write a space rune at the end of it. You can write this. Let's just do, do that. SB, write string. Because we want to add a bracket and then a space. Write string. I don't think... Yeah. Actually, I could just do... the pretty print of that. Right? Yeah. There we go. That's nicer. And I could just sprintf it still, but then you'd have to sprintf with the %s, and then you get just this is easier to read. All right. That way we can print that out nicely. Either way. We check you for nil, so we can still do that. Except for this should actually just be pretty print as well. Connection config origin. Just do that. Now, this is going to be a little tricky. We're just going to have to take it on faith that this is going to be within bounds of the destination. If it's not in R. Oh, but then I don't have it. I don't have a tile pointer to connect them to if I do that. That's going to be a little bit tricky. We could keep track of these a little bit differently in the map. Do I want to do that, though? We do need to resolve them. I think. Yeah. Actually, because we have the pointer. Well, actually, hang on. We don't use the pointer, do we? Current tile ID. We make sure it's a valid transit entry. Destination tile is the tile at. We pull out the destination location. We don't need to do this if we put a pointer in there. Current tile, we still need to leave tile. So if we're going to do this, so either we have to decide that we don't really care too much about the checking that this is a valid destination. when we build the config. Or we have to resolve it, in which case we should be doing we should be using the pointers. Not storing pointers would solve kind of a lot of troubles, I think. In which case, like, why? Oh, we use them in here. That's part of why. Find connection, though. We're looking for a vector 2. Because we store our transits by... by cardinal in the map of connections. Which is how we pull that out. We would have to... I do like this, because it allows us to resolve where they lie in relation. But vector 2 isn't going to work on things that aren't in the same map anyway. But I would lose a lot of validation in here if I don't work with pointers. I could give this, when I load it, I could give it access to the existing things. Hello there, Mr. Mongoose. How are you today? Hey, Mr. Cresho, how's it going? Doing all right. Skimmed over the stream so far. I see you really spiced up the editor. I haven't really done much to the editor since we last saw it, I don't think. I used it a little bit and found some bugs. Let's see. I could also do like load map and connect map differently. We'd have to account for these being in different maps if we do this, which is fine. Maybe it just looks different to me. You haven't seen it lately. Could be. Could be. It's also possible that I used features that have been in there for a while that you just haven't seen yet. Our transit table is going to become a problem, though. That's going to become a liability because we can't get cardinal direction to a different map. That's just fundamentally not okay. Which means we'd have to really figure out. That is probably the case. Yeah, it could be. Editor took a long time to build, and I think you only started tuning in when we were kind of wrapping up the polish on the forms and stuff. So they're probably just things we didn't happen to hit. I gotta figure out how I want to do. How do I want to address this table to direct it to the correct connection object in a world where cardinals aren't the answer anymore? We could store it by like tags, perhaps. We kind of floated that idea when we were thinking about the action side of the world. Started following when the editor was mostly done, so I haven't seen all the features. Yeah, makes sense. Aside from the bugs, I'm pretty pleased with it. It's been useful so far. We're about to go break it. Well, we did just break it because it won't parse this file anymore, but such is the way of things. I guess we could store by destination instead of direction, but then the client doesn't know. It would have to store more data about the current room. Which I'm not necessarily against totally. That's normally have to break some eggs to make an omelet. Yes, very true. But that's also kind of why we spent all the time we have lately getting things refactored and cleaned up, is because we knew we were about to really break stuff, and we wanted a good foundation to launch from. Because this is a fairly large structural change to the way things have worked, right? Not so bad in World Manager, because World Manager grew up in a time where we knew kind of more about how we wanted to architect multiple maps. If we don't have to resolve you by cardinal direction, we can resolve you by ID. Directly. Which is probably a nicer way to really deal with it anyway. We probably still want to do pointers. Okay, I think when I do load the map, Build tile grid. If we give this back, and say that these are like the outstanding connections we still need to make, or we just give it, well, so if we give it the list or the map that we have so far, then they're order dependent. I don't really like that idea. When we go load you, we could go through a second pass and just connect everything. All of this can stay the same. It's really just how we organize it within the engine itself. Could actually leave it as a connection object. Is there any benefit in just keeping them stored after we build? I don't think so. Well, actually, there is. Because then in World Manager, when we do a move, in Handle Event, when we handle a move event, we get our target map. And we do a call move on that. But we could also get the target map, this would be the origin map, really, actually. Or maybe like current, yeah, origin's fine. Origin map is fine. This would still stay the same. If our target map ID is not the same, then we can resolve the target map and call a different function, maybe. Like a map transfer. Instead of doing it as a different type of event. I would like that more. I think. Just because it keeps events from proliferating too much. Okay, so let me throw that as a to-do note to myself. Let's actually put it down here. To do, the target map needs to be checked. Isn't origin map. Let's actually check IDs. then we need, and actually we can do this down here because we still want to check to make sure that they're in the correct, and we still need to recover them if they're not. So it needs to be after. Check IDs. Then we need to do a map transfer action instead of a move. If the IDs are the same, we can still do this, right? That would be okay. So I think the best course of action here is we're going to finish I guess I could stay here. Ziplan. Finish converting the load map stuff to use the map coordinate struct instead of a point. It's a very low flying helicopter or airplane. Fix all the tests. Oh no, that's just the lawnmower guy back. Okay. I couldn't tell with my headphones on. So fix all the tests, right? So that we have a base to work from. Then we need to change the way we resolve the target connection, or the desired connection. The connection we should use. Cardinals are no longer sufficient. Cover that with testing, and then expand that system to account for second maps, or for map transfers. Which should be a minor change after the above, I think. Cover map transfers in tests. And I think this, like 3A, perhaps we could use tags. Cover that with testing / fix the tests we will break, making that change. Currently, the map to Cardinal is nice because it's fast, because we just select from a map. Fast in the sense of like easy to look at and parse with your brain, right? And easy to, in code terms, it's concise. In actual execution speed, a small map is actually often slower than a iterating through a very short list. But it's nicer to read. But we have the ability to resolve tags. We have that code we could possibly reuse for exits. Yeah. Tags may be interesting. But before we can really think about that, like, there's too many moving pieces to think about that right now. Before we can do that, we're going to need to be able to have things in that we need to do number 1 and number 2, basically. So we have less moving pieces at the same time. That's what we're doing. So in here, down here, we need to finish this part here, and to do this, we'll need to change a bit when we connect other maps. And I can probably also, before I get distracted here, in this, it's actually in game map, it's in move. Let me check a to-do with this. Valid transit is fine. It's this. To-do. We store pointers in the connection object. We should be able to nil check that and go directly. Call the move functions directly. Okay, down here. We're going to do that for now. You configure connection destination. We'll string you and make you destination pretty. Destination tile, location Y, location X. And I think configure destination is not a tile. We can pretty print this too. I think that's pretty close to ready. Hey, Sad, how's it going? Yeah, I think that'll be a good start to that. Okay, so. Hey, Kedu, how's it going? Good to see you today. How's all the everything? What are you working on? I'm gonna go check out Kedu. He's a pretty cool dude. Have you seen the Vim 0-Day Vuln? I have not. Is it Vim or NeoVim? Or both? Doing good. Did a rant. Excellent. Excellent. Working on billboarding sprites. What did you rant about today? I love a good rant. Sometimes these guys get me wired up and spun up, and I go on a rant too. Okay. We could test this really quick before we go. Fix all the tests. We would just need to put ourselves back into the gym as the starting location for that. Just Vimini Max, gotcha. Ranted about rich peeps being dumb and AI doing dumber dumb? Yeah, that'll happen. I had to decide that I just wasn't going to talk about it that much anymore because it became a rant every time. and honestly, like every time I go, Zed's channel is great. I like to hang out in Zed's channel sometimes when I'm working on stuff, and I don't. If I'm tired of music and I want like chatter in the background, I usually go hang out with Zed, or you know, other people like co-working streams, basically. Anyway, so many of them. That's like the only thing that gets talked about. You drop in and they're working on something and somebody's like, what's your take on this AI thing? And I'm just tired of it. I'm just so god dang tired of it. Just at the point where I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Hacker News, completely unusable now because it's all show Hacker News. Here's another slop rapper. I don't care. I feel it, right? Okay, so we can test this really quick. Let's test this. So we put ourselves back into the gym map. We should be able to run the server. Ooh, except for I messed up my config file because config manager, no, that'd be config manager map, if anything. Map coordinate, which we added. You're a point, your X and your Y. Unknown field X. X, Y. Location. Origin. That looks correct. Oh, no, I'm dumb. No, it is in gym. Origin, location, destination. Origin, map coordinate. Map ID, location. Is a point. Has X, has Y. I could understand if it was complaining about gym entrance, because you are no longer correct. Oh no! Oh, wait, no. Okay, yeah, this is fine. This is for the tile itself, not the connection. That's what I did. I bet you I changed tiles too. No? Destination. I didn't change destination. Oops. Control F. It's going to be the same. Really gnarly regex. Woo! 3-stream streak. Ya legend. Also, is Am affiliate now. Congratulations on that. Fix that. There we go. You need to stay open, please. Get over there into the full size. Now you run. We had issues loading attributes. Or no, that's info. Okay. Loading. Done registering handle types, done registering. I think we're good. Info all the way. Okay, perfect. Let's do a client run here. And we should be in the gym again. Entrance room. No. Oh, because we put our... We put ourselves in the entrance when we created the character. So here's what we're going to do. Just for this. Yeah, Futu. Mantu. Okay. You're in the entry room. East. Yes, good. There's no exit to the south because I'm in the heavy stone door room. I should be east for... No. Where's my hidden door? Yes, okay. This one. Wait, why did I get two searches happened? Well, we'll have to look at that here in a minute. But moving is still working. And that is fantastic. We just need to go fix all the tests I just destroyed. Okay. These guys should be fine. Let's revert this really quick. Just because we don't want to commit that change. This one we will. Yes. Yes, indeed. Good things are afoot, I believe. I believe. Let's go clear out. Need you to reload. Let's delete this guy. We don't really want him to stick around. That's fine. Okay, so... World Manager. Done. We're running on map coordinates instead of point. Let's go ahead and do a commit here, I think. Because there's... Well... Yeah. Regardless of how things shake out, I'm pretty sure this has to stay the way it is. And there's a reasonably large amount of changes in there. So, convert everything to use the new map coordinate instead. It's actually public of point. Update the gym map config manually while we prepare the server for this. Okay. So. The tests. Everything's going to be just destroyed right now. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that for now. Get rid of that for now. You should be fine. We don't really do anything with you because it's not going to show up as an error. It's just a lack of coverage. We need to, in coordinates, Coordinates test. Our equality, we expanded you to also handle map coordinates. So we should test that. So test equal, we'll need to rename you point or points. Test equal points, second point not equal. We're actually just going to copy both of them and then map coordinates. Like so. We will do test coordinate is now a map coordinate. We don't actually care. Location is this guy. We don't actually care about the ID, but we're going to give it one anyway. This is map ID, not just ID. Okay. Coordinate to check. Map coordinate. Map ID, UUID, new. Oops. Location, that. There we go. This should pass. And I'm also just going to grab this and replace these guys, except for I'm going to change this to 8.8. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. Should not have... there we go. These all should pass. They don't, though. Panic. Interesting. Oh, it's because I... No, that should be fine. Coordinates 120 equal. Map coordinate. Ah, right here. I just didn't recurse correctly. We also, though, want to do here is... This should not be equal. We need to test map IDs, because if they're in different maps, they're not equal either, right? So this one, we expect to still return true, because we're going to use the same ID. And this should still pass. Equal map coordinates, different map ID, right? This one will use this. And this is going to fail right now because we didn't actually check that. So if we run this, these actually... Why didn't it fail? Different map ID. because I forgot to change that. Which actually, yeah, okay. There we go. It's because I copied you from there, not the other one. All right, this should fail now. Perfect. Different map ID. They are different IDs. So here, this we still need to check. And then here, if map ID is not equal to first map ID, doesn't matter what order, return false. Now everything should pass, and it does. Perfect. Love that. Let's also do a quick... is a point. And we can just grab... and this should actually be... that. We can just grab you... you... that's fine. This should return false. Good, didn't panic. Return false. Alright. Let's go ahead and commit that. Expand testing of equals to cover map coordinate as well. Fix bugs identified by tests. Okay. You should be done. And then we're going to have to go through all the other things. The others should show up as failures, though, because we've changed stuff. So that's good. But it's been 4 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a day here, because I need to make some lunch. I'm starving. But on Friday, when we come back, we're going to launch into fixing all these tests. And that'll be a good way to kind of just get back into the swing of this project here, because I'm going to work on other stuff for the next couple days. And then we can proceed through our plan here. Yeah, sounds like a good plan to me. But thank you to everybody who came to visit me here today. It was good to meet those of you who are new. Good to see those of you who are returning viewers. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So like I said, Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time, I'll be back here doing it again. I'd love to see you again. If not, we'll catch you some other time. You guys have a great week. Twitch, I will find you guys somebody to raid really quick here. And YouTube, I will just catch you later. You guys have a great day. Let's see who's on today in Twitch land. New Jank. New Jank is on, and New Jank is super chill and an awesome dude. We are going to raid Mr. New Jank. And he's a great time to co-work to as well. Let's go.